Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's council meeting. We're going to call this meeting to order. We're going to start with an approval of the agenda. Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor Andrews. Any questions or comments? All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Any disclosures of direct or indirect pecuniary interest? And Councillor McIntosh. No. Okay. Then I need a motion to go into closed, which Councillor McIntosh can take, seconded by Councillor Sherwood. And all in favor? We're going into closed. Thank you very much, everyone, and welcome to the open portion of the meeting. We're going to begin with the singing of our national anthem. If everybody who's able could please rise.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
We would like to acknowledge the treaty lands and territory of the Williams Treaty Nations and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. We also recognize that Dufferin County is the traditional territory of the Wendat and the Haudenosaunee and is home to many Indigenous people today. Tonight's meeting is being aired on public television and or streamed live and may be taped for later public broadcast or webcast. Your name is part of the public record and will be included in the minutes of this meeting. Any member of the public who's connecting via telephone is reminded to press *6 to mute and unmute. Please remain muted until the chair requests comments or questions from the public. I am going to go back to the beginning of our agenda where I call for disclosure of direct or indirect pecuniary interest. Deputy Mayor Taylor. Deputy Mayor Taylor?
Yes, please.
Go ahead with your pecuniary interest.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I had to dial in on the line, guys, because my connection is a little bit light. So I will have to declare a pecuniary interest regarding the curling club item, as I'm a member of that club.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Before our public meeting, we did have a closed meeting of council, and there is a recommendation that the 2023 May 1st closed council minutes be approved, and that the confidential report security of town systems and public office holders, CPS-2023-43, regarding the security of the property of the municipality or local board, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, be received, and that the confidential report committee appointment CPS 2023-40 regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, be received, and that staff proceed as directed. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Stevens and Councillor McIntosh. Before I call the vote, I just want to notify the public that council will be returning back into closed session to deal with items 4.3 and 4.5 of the closed session following our open council meeting. Camera. Oh, it was on. My apologies. Thank you. I thought my camera was on. So we have a mover and a seconder. Can I have a call the vote? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. The next recommendation is that the minutes of the following council meetings be approved, which is the council meeting minutes from May 15th, 2023. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Andrews and Councillor Prendergast. Any questions or comments? All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. We're going to start with the presentation from Grant Peters of the Orangeville Curling Club regarding a grant application. Deputy Mayor Taylor, if you could please shut off your camera and not proceed in any discussions, please. So let's just give Deputy Mayor a moment. Perfect. Mr. Peters, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Post, thank you for having me. I'll be brief. I'm just here on behalf of the Orangeville Curling Club, for which I'm the president currently. And every year, if you don't know, we host a great event called the Great Canadian Pond Spiel. And it is an outdoor curling event, one of the only ones of its kind in the area. And the curling club has made an application for financial assistance for that event. Last year, we had 24 teams representing almost 100 different people from the community, new curlers, old curlers, of all sort of walks of life, and it's a really fantastic event. There's a couple of meals, there's prizes. You play indoors, you play outdoors. It takes all day, and it's really a fantastic event. We collaborate with Credit Valley Conservation on the event. They help us prepare the ice, that sort of thing, and it's a lot of fun because you don't have to be any good because the lake surface is just so unpredictable that it makes for a really good time. So looking for the support of council on the application, and happy to take any questions if anyone's got any.
Councillor Sherwood, go ahead.
Yes, through you, your worship, to Mr. Peters. Nice to see you again on the other side of the table. Grant, do you charge the teams an entry fee? And if so, does that entry fee not cover your costs? Why are the costs so much that you're asking for?
Certainly. So there are fees for entry. We try and keep them quite modest so that as many participants as possible can partake in the event. What we've noticed recently is we have a lot of rising costs. Insurance costs have gone up, transportation fees, because we go back and forth between the club and the ice surface on Island Lake, that sort of thing. There are sort of the prizes and t-shirts and things for everybody as well. So as those costs rise, we do recover, quite a bit from the fees. But as a club, the curling clubs of Ontario and Canada are still trying to get a lot of people back from COVID. And, if we can have a little help running a community event, it just gives the club a little bit of a boost.
Sure, Councillor Sherwood.
So just clarification, this isn't a fundraiser. This is the money you're asking for is just to help with the costs to run but it's not a fundraiser, correct?
In past years, when we generate more than the cost of the event, then that money does come to the club to help run it. The club could also use a lot of money for capital upgrades. We're not, that's not what the community grants program is for. And so, the event was a more likely candidate for a partnership with the town. In the event where the ticket sales exceeded the grant amount, and that money would come to the club for improvements to its programs, but it is a nonprofit, and so at the end of the day, there's nobody's sort of walking home with any of that.
Any additional questions from council? Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Mr. Peters. Nice to see you too, as well. As Councillor Sherwood had mentioned about, of course, the cost for those that are entering. General public welcomed.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. In fact, we have more non-members participating in that event than members get to play there every week. This is really about getting non-curlers and other community members that have never tried before, or this is sort of a one-year annual tradition for them. For example, teams dress up, that sort of thing. So it is widely advertised through CVC's networks, and certainly hopefully through the town's networks if there's a partnership here. So we encourage everybody to come out to the event.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, through your worship. Mr. Peters, thank you. I'm just having a small issue. I'm just worried that if we let the curling club come, then minor hockey is going to come. The Tigers host tournaments. If you can maybe direct like what exactly you need the funds for?
Certainly. Yeah, it's running the event is always tenuous, let's say, at the club, right? The membership fees cover the operations barely and sometimes not. And so having this community event be able to run on its own in a self-sufficient way through a partnership is really what we're trying to do. And really it's not a benefit to the members of the club per se, because if the event, is attracting so many people from the broader community, we see it more as a community event that happens to be curling rather than, a fundraiser per se for the club, or trying to benefit the members of the club. It's more about trying to get people out there and try the sport itself. If they turn into curlers, that's good news for the club, but if they have a good time, that's good news for everybody.
Did you follow up, Councillor Stevens?
Yes, I think so. So the financial ask is 4,500
Yes.
and people pay a fee to play. So I'm just not understanding like what you need $4,500 for. Can you?
Certainly. I mean, the application sort of laid out what those expenses were. And if the amount, had to change at the discretion of council, then certainly that's up for debate. What's charged typically has been to cover most of those costs if we can. It's not an event where I think you could just open it up for free to everybody, because it is, there's only a certain number of participants, and you want to make sure that people are invested in participating. As you know, free events can go a number of different ways. But if we can structure the fees for the event, knowing that the carrying costs are taken care of, or at least a lot of them, there's still a ton of volunteer time that's put in. All the meals are covered by volunteers and club members, out of their own pocket as a contribution to the club. So we're not looking for that event to be funded 100% in full. We want to be able to say with confidence that we can run it next January when it's scheduled to run, not knowing how, the curling club fee structure and economics are going to play out on a year-to-year basis. So that's sort of the basis of it.
And Grant, if it's helpful, we don't have the full access to your full application. We just have kind of a quick chart of what kind of criteria it falls into. I'm not sure if Mandeep maybe has that handy that she could pull it up on screen. I'm not sure. But I do note that this is a first-time ask for the curling club as well.
It is.
So
Yeah.
that would be my one comment. Was there additional questions or comments? No? Okay, thank you very much. We'll be dealing with it at item 12.2.
Yep, certainly.
So, thank you.
Stick around for that, but thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we will welcome Barry Kimber, past president and service officer of Royal Canadian Legion. Go on up, Mr. Kimber. It's weird seeing you as past president, though. Congratulations to our new president, who's also in attendance. Is the mic on there? Is your mic on?
Oh.
Okay, perfect.
I start again.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Your worship, council, staff. It's nice to be back again 2 months in a row. So my original issue when I approached council was to try to offset some of the costs. Our financial position in the Legion is dramatically changed in the past year, simply because of the amount of added costs that we're experiencing. We had a 37% increase in our insurance from one year to the other. Our overhead costs, as you all know, when you visit the stores to buy certain things, that those costs have gone up, and the administrative costs is gone up. So we don't charge anybody to come to our 2 events over the summer. I think council has been to some of these events, and we have one that's on June 16th, Friday, June 16th, where we're going to have a live entertainment come in and a food truck. And the entry into the event is free. We do ask, I do put a little jar there, and it's just beside me. I say, if you'd like to donate something, we certainly appreciate it. But we don't refuse entry because you don't want to put any money in the bucket. And it's the same thing for our event on July 14th. And we have, just to give you the head up, we have the Pepper Shakers coming on June 16th, and we have Itchy and Scratchy coming on July 14th. And so it should be a great evening. Hope we have great weather, because that would really put a kibosh on things, I'm sure. So, especially when it's an outdoor event. So we're just looking for a small amount of money to help offset some of the costs that is coming added to our events this year. It's a great community event. We get a lot of people out to see. It gets quite crowded. We have really good food, and everybody has a good time. And that's the reason I'm here today, to ask for some assistance.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr. Kimber. And beyond that, it's a nice way to bring the community to the Legion and get them
Absolutely.
familiar with what you
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Is there questions for Mr. Kimber at all? No? Seeing none. We'll also be dealing with your application at 12.2. So if you can just bear with us for a few minutes while we get through the rest of the stuff, we will move on to that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me talk to you.
Next up, we have Sylvia Kuzik from 25A Margaret Street, who I believe is here in person or was supposed to be. No? No. Okay, so we will skip that one. And did she join online perhaps? No? Okay. All right, we will skip that one for now. And do we have Debbie Egerton here today as well? Didn't see her come either. Did she join online by chance? No? No, okay. So we'll skip that one as well, and we will turn it over to Rob. It's up to you, Rob Coco. Come on up. And Amy, are you coming up as well? And Bob? Perfect. So we have Rob Coco, the president, Amy Long, the chief financial officer, and Bob Long, the board chair of Orangeville Hydro, to present the Orangeville Hydro Limited 2022 annual report. You can have a seat if you'd like, get comfortable, and
I'm quite fine.
okay.
Your worship.
I will tell you that online, though, what we see is your tie. This is all we see.
Okay.
Your head's cut off, so the viewers can't see you if you don't sit down.
Is that okay?
There we go. Over to you, Mr. Long.
Okay, thank you. I don't need to start over. We're just going to present an overview of our annual report, and I wanted to express my appreciation for my reappointment. But I think more important, we've had a lot of studies of governance, and there's a need for expertise and diversity. And the previous council, including many of you, made some great appointments to our board. They were 3 ladies, so the diversity is well balanced, but they're all very experienced people from various parts of the electrical industry. The most recent is the safety officer of the Ontario Hydro. Electrical Safety Authority. And with Mayor Post, we now have 4 ladies and 3 men on the board. We're managing. So. We had a very good year last year, despite the blizzard in December. We had a few problems with supply from Hydro One, but our staff managed extremely well. We have a very capable president, Rob, and chief financial officer, Amy, and an excellent culture in the staff. I think I mentioned that when COVID was over, we hear about so many groups trying to continue working remotely from home. Everyone in Ontario, Orangeville Hydro, came right back to work, and they just love working there. And we really appreciate them, indoor and outdoor. So to date, Orangeville Hydro has paid the town of Orangeville a little over $21 million in dividends. This year, the dividend for the town was almost $460,000. We had a slight glitch this year because some years ago, and Rob will explain in more detail, there was an overbilling. I think about 15 local distribution companies were misunderstood the rules, and they were billing on a 50-week year instead of a 52-week year. And so this last year, we refunded $265,000 to our customers, and half of that was the town's $133,000. So there was a net dividend of about $460. Those are my comments. I'll let Rob and Amy give you all of the details, and unless you have questions.
Thank you so much, Bob. Appreciate it. Any questions for Mr. Long? Nope, we're good.
Thank you.
Oh, Todd, go ahead. We can't hear you. Deputy Mayor, we can't hear you. *6.
You know,
Oh, you're muted again.
can you hear me now?
Yes, there you go.
Excellent, excellent. Mr. Long, sorry to be slow here as we go through this technology. In your report, and I read your letter with great interest, it speaks about Mr. Coco becoming a different title than his current president's role, and it just didn't give the explanation as to why we would do that and what the benefits were and whatnot. And I was just curious. You highlighted it so eloquently in your letter, and certainly I don't question Mr. Coco's abilities, and certainly would be thrilled to see him have a new title. I just don't understand why and what that means.
Mr. Long, do you want to take that one?
Yes, certainly. It wouldn't be a new title, it would be an additional title. And the majority of local distribution companies have a president and CAO combined. And so that's why I recommended that Rob's title should include CEO as well as president.
But what does that mean? Does that give him more powers or more, is it just a glitzy title?
It means he has a longer title.
Okay. I have a longer title than the mayor's, but I don't get any extra pay.
That's true. Thank you, Mr. Long.
Thank you.
Okay, we will turn it over to Rob and Amy. We might just need to readjust the computer a little bit so we can see you. And the mic, there we go. Perfect.
See everybody, wonderful. Todd, there you are. I can see you here too. So excellent. I can see you, Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you to all members of council and of course the entire town of Orangeville for the opportunity to speak here today. As Bob said, I'm Rob Coco, President of Orangeville Hydro. Here with me is Amy Long, our Chief Financial Officer. And as Bob mentioned, we're here to present our 2022 annual report. And after this, we'll be fully living 2023, which will be nice. Amy will move. It's all right. We got. Yeah, I can get ahead. Yeah, and this. We are live. Actually, go to the second one. Yeah, perfect. So this slide's just a reminder of the organizational structure of Orangeville Hydro. We have two shareholders, the town of Orangeville owning 94.5% of Orangeville Hydro Limited, as well as Grand Valley, the town of Grand Valley owning the other 5.5%. This slide will be important as we talk about dividends later on, but this is the ownership structure. Also, the board of directors, as Bob mentioned, consists of 7 directors. 6 of them are appointed by the town of Orangeville. 1 of them is appointed by the town of Grand Valley. And currently 4 of the directors are considered independent, meaning that they have no direct affiliation with either shareholder. And 3 are considered non-independent because they have an affiliation with the shareholders, which the 3 happen to be representatives on council. Yeah. So, just as a reminder, Orangeville Hydro is the local distribution company, the electric utility for the town of Orangeville and the town of Grand Valley. Our long-standing mission is to provide safe, reliable, efficient delivery of electrical energy to our customers and being accountable to our shareholders, which are the citizens of Orangeville and Grand Valley. Looking back at 2022, I just want to point that out that our redistribution system did provide continued strong reliability statistics compared to the provincial historical average. Always put a little clarification on that, as there can have some volatility year over year. The statistics that we look at with our regulator, the Ontario Energy Board, that end up on our scorecard is a certain reliability statistic. It's one that excludes loss of supply. So if there's any upstream issues outside of our upstream of our service territory or some major events, and which I'll explain more further on. We did have a major event in the Public Works Department. Remember it well, December 23rd, December 24th, 2022, while the Roads Department had a significant amount of snowfall during that blizzard. Those days and days of sustained winds did put a significant amount of strain on our electrical infrastructure, and our customers did have outages due to that. But of course, because that was a fairly significant event, and it is excluded from our scorecard, similar to many of the other LDCs, because it was such an extreme event. We also, as all organizations are these days, had the enhanced cybersecurity capabilities, not only just for our staff to continue to have the ability to work remotely, but to increase and continue to keep our systems safe from the increasing cybersecurity risks from around the globe right now. We had a growing focus, and thank you to our council representations here and past, representatives that have, and of course Dufferin County for assisting us with our net zero targets. And each year we continue to work towards growing and our focus on reducing our emissions and finding ways to electrify our own equipment and operation. And we also had a continued focus on safety for our entire organization. For some financial rebates to our customers, financial assistance, we did provide $267,932, or we would be the agency that applied that on the bills through the Ontario Electricity Support Program. Those funds do come from the province, but they're available to all customers throughout the province. That's why it's the Ontario Electricity Support Program, but it's administered through Orangeville Hydro. On the right-hand side, there's the Low Income Energy Assistance Program, which is actually administered with our partners at Dufferin County. And it's that is through our funds, our revenue, in order to fund that program. Looking at some of our construction, which was a very big year for Orangeville Hydro in 2022, the first 3 projects weren't all planned for 2022 when we were thinking of this in the mid 2021, fall 2021 period. But with the Whiteman Fiber to the Home project going through the Parkview Heights subdivision, that was an area we were planning on rebuilding our 1970s infrastructure over a multiple year program. But that, since Whiteman and their contractor Avertex was going through those streets, we took the opportunity for some efficiencies and also for the customers' benefit, the citizens' benefit, not for Whiteman to show up and then Orangeville Hydro to show up maybe 18 months to 2 years later to put duct in the ground. We aligned our projects with them, similar to how we do with the town of Orangeville road reconstruction program. So we adjusted our projects. So that's why when you do look at our capital spend for 2022, there's a significant increase in the what we call our system service, which is part of our voltage conversion program. And so those top 3 MS2 West feeder conversion all occurred in one year for putting the duct in the ground. That'll continue now with our staff coming behind the Avertex crew to pull wire, to change the transformers, and do the full voltage conversion to bring the infrastructure in that area up to 2023 standards, as opposed to the 50-year-ago standards. Also, similar following suit with the town of Orangeville's program, now that the rail line, sort of from Blind Line to Dawson Road, well, the entire rail line's being ripped up, but we focused on once the Dawson Road to Blind Line section of the rail line was ripped up, we were able to relocate a hard access pole line that was outdated. We're now going to move it onto the rail line that started last year. And once we gain access to the rail line, we'll move it closer to the new path in order to have be accessible from our trucks and not be in the backyards of the Broadway properties anymore. And of course, we had our continuation of our pole replacement program and our failed transformer program, and we connected new homes in the town of Orangeville and the town of Grand Valley. From the provincial rates, so this is what we're showing here in these charts is the tiered rates and the time of use rates, which are part of the 2 options in 2022 for the regulated price plan for all citizens in Ontario. This is available for our residential customers and our general service less than 50, our small business customers. So historically, up till about 2017, you'll see that electricity rates were climbing. And then the Ontario Fair Hydro Plan came in under the Liberal government, where there is now electricity subsidies coming from the source, bounced around a little bit between governments, but it settled on being subsidized by provincial tax dollars. And so that brought the reduction down. the government changed the presentation of the rates again, and there was some more volatility. And then throughout COVID, there's some volatility because through the pandemic, there was some rate reductions as time of use rates and tiered rates moved just to the off-peak rate 24/7 all day, every day. Once those came up, they've now settled. Currently, the tiered rates and time of use rates have now settled, and we don't expect them to be adjusted other than November 1st of each year. With that said, we now offer, and when we report our next annual report to the council, we'll be able to show a third option. So now our customers have the choice between tiered, time of use, and ultra low overnight. So it's called ULO is the new term. Ultra low overnight changes the time of use structure. Our customers can go to our website. They can talk to their customer service reps on the phone to adjust their rate to what's ultra low overnight, where we get a really low overnight rate, sort of to incent the new technologies such as electric vehicles coming on board to charge overnight when the demand on our systems are lower. With that said, we do want to educate our customers that there's a trade-off, and this is available on our website and the Ontario Energy Board's website, that yes, you get the ultra low overnight, but there is an increased on-peak rate that is fairly high. So there is a trade-off. So it's not just basically the average residential customer, the average business would benefit by switching to ultra low overnight. You will want to take a close look at that, because depending on the load profile of the customer, if you're using a fair bit more at dinner time, it may end up being more expensive. But depending on the load profile and the usage pattern of a customer, and the amount, if you have an electric vehicle and the amount you drive and charge, it may end up being beneficial. So we're working with our many other LDCs, many other electric utilities, and our customer information service provider to get an online portal where customers can look at their usage and pick which of the three rates are better for them. We do have tiered and time of use on that portal now. We're just working to get the new ultra low rate on the portal. But for those customers that are confident that the switch is best for them, they can reach out to us now and switch now. Dividends, just to speak quickly about dividends between handing it over to Amy. As Bob mentioned, since incorporation, the town of Orangeville has received $21.2 million in dividends from Orangeville Hydro. The town of Grand Valley, since amalgamation in 2007, has received $513,000. So back in 2022, the payments paid in 2022 were $486,000 to both shareholders. So that's then broken up by 94.5% to the town of Orangeville, 5.5% to the town of Grand Valley, $459,000 paid to the town of Orangeville, and $27,000 paid to the town of Grand Valley. And so the calculation is on dividends is 50% of our audited net income of the prior year. So in 2022, the payments were based off the 2021 audited financial statements. And in 2023, the payments will be based off the financial statements that we're reporting today. So the 2022 audited financial statements, now that they're known, will be paid out in 8 payments to the Treasury Department throughout 2023. Next, over to you and me. Oh, I can drop.
Okay, so just moving on to our 2022 rate application. So we apply for a rate application to the Ontario Energy Board on an annual basis. We applied in November. It was approved in April by the OEB. And this pie chart on this slide is just showing the breakdown of a typical electric bill for a typical residential customer using 750 kilowatt hours per month. So the orange slice on here is showing the distribution revenue. And that is the revenue that Orangeville Hydro keeps. And that is what we use to pay for a multitude of different things. I'll go through it in a minute. And then the remaining 84% is considered pass-through costs that we are required to collect on behalf of the entire electricity sector. Thank you. And then Orangeville Hydro's distribution revenue. So for 2022, it was $5.64 million. Our 2022 distribution revenue is lower than 2021, mainly due to a rebate to customers in the amount of $265,000 that Bob did mention. And then we did bring forward to council back, I believe, when we brought the business plan to you, just to let you know what was coming. This was due to a billing calculation error that did affect many Ontario utilities. So this pie chart does show the breakdown of our distribution revenue by customer class, with residential customers providing the largest portion of distribution revenue at 65%. And then our total operating, maintenance, and administration expenses amounted to 3.7 million in 22 compared to 3.4 million in 2021. And these were 2% over our budgeted expenses for 2022. They were higher. Our OM&A, operations, maintenance, and administration expenses were higher in 2022, mainly due to increased tree trimming costs to improve our system reliability, as well as increased locate contractor costs. And we also saw an increase in many of our administrative contracts, along with an increase in conference and training costs, as we did see a return to in-person events throughout the year. And then our capital expenditures. So in 2022, as Rob mentioned, our gross capital expenditures were 2.9 million. And these expenditures were 31% higher than budgeted capital expenditures of 2.28 million. This was mainly due to the underground conversion work that Rob was mentioning, where we were working alongside Whiteman, just to avoid working in the same area over the course of a small number of years. And then just looking at debt to shareholders' equity. So in 2022, our total debt was at a favorable level of 56%, compared to our total shareholders' equity of 44%. We do take debt typically to finance our general operating requirements, to fund our capital expenditures, and then also our increasing regulatory variances. And then this is just a historical look at our financial statistics. So the top line, our sale of energy, are the pass-through commodity costs that we mainly pay to the ISO, Independent Electricity System Operator. They amounted to almost 32 million in 2022. These pass-through costs account for 84% of our customers' electricity costs. And then, as I said, distribution revenue is our Orangeville Hydro's revenue to fund our operations, maintenance, and administration expenses, as well as our capital projects and our debt financing obligations. Our distribution revenue was 5.64 million. And the 2022 total comprehensive income, was just under 748,000. And then looking down to the capital assets line, our total assets have increased to a value of almost 25 million. And then our regulated return on equity is at 5.71 million. So that is lower than our deemed return on equity at 9.36 million. And the main reduction of that was the reduction in our net income this year due to the customer rebate. I'll pass it back to Rob for the last few slides.
Perfect. Our distribution system had a system peak of just 49.5 megawatts in 2022. So it wasn't a record. Our record still is held back in 2020, the summer of 2020. We'll see with the heat waves we've been having lately if we had a new peak this year, as well as our new customer growth. 2022, it was didn't hit a record peak, even though we do have more customers than in 2020, mainly due to a more temperate summer compared to 2020. As I mentioned, I'll go to the next one actually. From a reliability, is that the pictures? Yeah, from a reliability perspective, the distribution system did perform strongly with, as mentioned, taking a loss of supply, taking out the major event day. Our average customer experienced just 28 minutes of power outages due to issues within our service territory. The largest outages in 2022, many of them are on the screen, were due to, as you can see, the top left. That was some branches falling on wires during the start of the blizzard. We weren't able to take many pictures because you wouldn't see anything later in the evening as the winds picked up, the snow picked up, and it was now nighttime. Also down in the bottom left-hand corner, the town of Grand Valley had a loss of supply as this Hydro 1 pole broke. A municipal tree on Sea Line in June of 2022 caused us a little bit of trouble as it fell down. And as you can see, it wasn't the healthiest of trees as it fell and disrupted our lines. And then in the top right corner, we had a forced outage, what we call, as we were trimming trees in the rear lots down in Cardwell, Caledonia. That area ended up seeing a branch really close to the wires, burning a little bit. So we had a forced outage in order to clear the lines off safely. Those are some of the more eventful, larger outages. This was a quick review. I look forward to questions. It was a quick review of 2022. On behalf of everyone at Orangeville Hydro, including the staff, the board of directors, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I do thank you for the additional time. This concludes our comments, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Coco. I will turn it over first to Councillor Andrews and then Deputy Mayor Taylor, then Councillor Sherwood with questions.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, Mr. Coco, Ms. Long, and Mr. Long. Thank you so much, and it's always a pleasure to see you now, at least in person. I know over the last couple of years we've done some of this virtually. I have a couple of questions and a comment. The first one is looking at your ultra-low rate. I really thank you for talking about that, because with the insistence of our provincial government heading towards, of course, electrification, we've spoken offline and in this public forum about my interest in vehicles, automotive adaptation of electrification. And so I think that that's prudent. So it's a nice gesture to our community. Question number one is regarding the LEAP program. I saw the stats in your report of 2022. Anecdotally, have you seen an increase in the first 6 months of 2023?
Oh, for LEAP income payments? So the first 6 months, we really only have one so far. So we do operate under a winter disconnect moratorium. Mm-hmm. So no customers in the province of Ontario can have their electricity disconnected up until May 1st when the moratorium ends. Mm-hmm. And the LEAP payments are only eligible to those that are close and up for disconnect for non-payment. So we will have, the stats will continue. So I wouldn't say that they're up overall because we're just 1 month out of the summer period.
Okay. My second question is pertaining to something that you actually tweaked my ear on, taking a look at what's happening from a world climate perspective. Any new practices that you're implementing regarding climate change?
Excellent. Yes, consistently. So since 2019, the Canadian Standards Association, which sets the engineering standards that our infrastructure is built to, has started to provide recommendations on how our infrastructure should be built. And that's what the professional engineers, the engineering technicians design and build our equipment to. So what we're starting to see is recommendations from the Canadian Standards Association right in the overhead and underground standards to harden our systems. So that means that when we do non-linear analysis of our poles and apply higher winds and more ice, those are starting to be built into the standards with the electrification, higher loading on our equipment. So those standards are now coming out. There are certain ones that affect Southern Ontario, Orangeville, Grand Valley more than others. There's some that are, of course, that BC that won't necessarily apply to us. Some out in the east and the far north that may not apply to us, but we do. It's happening. It is also very much in the works. We were on meetings, multiple meetings last week, because now it's made its way not just at the Canadian Standards Association level. Our regulator, the Ontario Energy Board, wants to ensure that that this is a big focus for electric utilities. So we're telling them what we're doing now and what we can do in the future. Furthermore, provincially, this has made it right to our MPP. So Minister Todd Smith, the Minister of Energy in Ontario, has requested that the Ontario Energy Board do a stakeholder working group, which we're a part of, to focus on not just the reliability, but what's now the term is resiliency. So beyond major events, but the derecos and those type of situations to ensure that we can restore power cost effectively and communicate to our customers in an improved manner during those power outages. So it's a constant focus and evolving.
Great. Well, thank you very much for that explanation. That's all I have.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor? *6 to unmute. We still can't hear you.
Okay, I *6, but
We can hear you. Go ahead. No, now we can't.
You can't hear me at all?
Oh, now we can. Go ahead.
Seated as dialed.
Am I coming through? Yes?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. For whatever reason, I apologize. I can't hear you guys now. So either way, so here's my question. So first of all, thank you, Rob, for being here tonight. And Amy, nice to see you both. I'm going to tell my kids, Rob, that I knew you when you were just a president. So I'm pretty excited about that. So congratulations on your new title. What's not clear to me is I appreciate the, first of all, for the public to know, Rob did email me back. And it took me a little bit of time to get back to him. So I just want to be clear that this is my fault, not his, that we're having this discussion here. So I'm just thinking about, and I want to make sure I understand the dividend piece. And you explained the way the dividends work. But then when I look at the math and try and understand the math, it still doesn't really work out. So if you're looking back, the comprehensive income in 2019 was 901. Then the dividend in 2020 is 457.71. That's 50%. That makes sense to me. And it goes forward into 2021, the 543 over the 1086. That makes sense to me. When it comes up to the 908 and the 485, that doesn't equal 50%. So I'm just curious how that works. And then my second question would be, why is it 50%? And then my third question would be, how do we generate more dividend income from the utility? If it's still 50% and we're working off of the total comprehensive income, what factors can we work on to generate more income? Because the utility is a great utility. There was discussions about, some people thought that we should not have this as an asset anymore. I've always thought it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. How do we drive more from this to help the residents of Orangeville as we go forward? That's my question. Thank you.
Rob, I'll turn it over to you for that one.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll do my best. Please remind me if I miss any of the questions. So the for the calculation and the discrepancy, if you look at our audited financial statements, depending on the year, we sometimes have three net incomes. So which one? So there's currently on the current statement of comprehensive income, yes, at the bottom, it does say total comprehensive income for the year. Not that one, the one above it. So where it says net income for the year and net movement in regulatory balances, which is sort of the middle one. And so that's the one that we base the net 50% of net income calculation on. So that's the one that the math should work out. For what the town of Orangeville receives is then 94.5% of that. So of course it's just to reiterate, net income for the year and net movement in regulatory balances, half of that is declared as dividends, and 94.5% of that half goes to the town of Orangeville, 5.5% of that half goes to the town of Grand Valley. Question two, why is it that way? It would be our shareholders back in 2006 worked with Orangeville Hydro at that time. So the shareholders in the utility at that time, Orangeville Hydro Limited was wholly owned by the town of Orangeville, and it was discussed in the 2006 annual shareholders meeting, and there was actually a resolution in the shareholders meeting to make it 50% of net income. Of course, there's a variety of ways of deciding how dividends should be calculated, but since 2006, it's been based on net income. I do want to mention there was a change around between 2018 and 2019. Prior to so from 2006 to 2018, it was actually based off a forecasted net income. So that means if you imagine when we're back here later this year with our business plan, we would be forecasting what 2023 net income would be without 2023 being over yet. And that number was used. In 2019, we switched to what we think is a more open, transparent, accurately aligning the dividends with the health of the asset, health of the organization by moving it to an audited financial statements. That also allowed us to move the declaration of dividends to earlier in the year so that the shareholders start to receive funds sooner and the company is able to make 8 equal payments, and which assists our cash flow as opposed to one big lump at the end of the year. Now, for that calculation, so to increase dividends, it would be focusing on increasing net income. And I should mention that our net income has been fairly high over the last 5 years. So we have been, the Ontario Energy Board does regulate electric utilities in this province because we do have a monopoly. So that means many factors of our operations are regulated by the Ontario Energy Board: our reliability, the way we calculate our bills, our financial statistics, and our earning. So we every 5 years, each electric utility is supposed to go in for a big cost of service. We're planning ours now. We've been able to have a healthy organization, and we've been able to not rebase our rates with the Ontario Energy Board for 10 years, since 2013, we filed for 2014 rates. So within that period, in order to, what the Ontario Energy Board looks at is when we do a cost of service and they set what's called our regulated return on equity, we're only allowed 3%, 300 basis points on either side of our deemed return on regulated income. So the Ontario Energy Board does monitor that. If we over-earn too much, the Ontario Energy Board would likely call us in for a cost of service and expect some of that over-earning to be rebased, so to lower rates to our customers. And if we under-earn, the Ontario Energy Board has no interest in having financially unhealthy organizations throughout the province, so they would call us in for a cost of service to possibly up our rates or determine what's going on. So there is, lack of a better way to put it, Deputy Taylor, we have our limits. We shall play within it. And so we are filing a cost of service. Being away from the Ontario Energy Board for a decade, a lot has changed within the town of Grand Valley. A lot has changed within the town of Orangeville. A lot of the factors that go into setting our rates have changed. Some macroeconomic things like interest rates and debt financing, as well as our operating, maintenance, administrative costs, our capital expenditures, all of those things have been built into our rate setting. We're going through that now, which will be a complete, open, transparent, publicly available process through the Ontario Energy website. We'll also have the complete application on our website, as well as information on the bills about this application. So more, I know that I went off on a tangent there, Deputy Mayor Taylor, but I hope that, please let me know if there's any further information you need.
Deputy Mayor Taylor, is that good? Questions are answered?
That was very thorough. Thank you. May I just, and maybe it's for another day, but I'll just share kind of my angst, the whole thing. First of all, this is not a criticism of yourself, your leadership, or the Hydro Board. I think this is an amazing entity. However, as an investor, which the town is, as a shareholder, if I was to achieve variations in the amount of distribution income, and this were a stock on the stock market, this stock would go up and down like a yo-yo. Like it would be better to me. Like it would be great to see the dividend percentages. Let's make it up and say I'm making 5.5% a year off of the hydro. It would be great to see it go from 5.5 to 5.6 to 5.8 and onward we go, or just the dollar amounts go up because it tends to improve over time. And it doesn't really do that, right? So it would be great if it was more consistent and it was improving over time, and it's not necessarily doing that. That's my observation.
Rob, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, so net income is, of course, something we monitor very closely. I do just want to mention the last 5 years has been a 5-year period, which we've actually somewhat over-earned when we do our the Ontario Energy Board has as our deemed income, our deemed return on equity. They focus on, and you'll see this on our scorecard, since 2014, May 1st, 2014, our deemed return on equity, regulated return on equity has been 9.36, and for the percent, and for the 5 years, we were actually above that. And this year, as Bob mentioned, we had a very large credit to our customers. So while it may not be in the dividends, our customers did receive a large credit on their December bill. So the bill they received in the mail in December, due in January, there was a credit due to the fairly long overbilling period, and the billing correction was provided to our customers. So that $267,000 comes right off the top line. And so our distribution revenue would have been higher in 2022 without that credit, and that would have flowed through to a higher, and if you add a $267,000 on top of our bottom net income, you'll see that that's actually closer to $1 million now, and it would have been a strong year. But our customers received the credit on the bill instead of being applied as dividends to the town.
Thanks, Rob. Councillor Sherwood?
Yes, Your Worship, through you. Nice to see you, Rob, Amy, and Bob. It's always exciting to get your reports. First of all, I want to give a comment because I've never had the opportunity to do so, but I want to thank you so much for the quick communications that you provide when there's outages. It's phenomenal how well you communicate. So I don't know who's responsible for that. I assume it's probably you, Rob.
I'll gladly tell you. If Larissa, our communications and marketing coordinator, who works very closely with the town of Orangeville's communications team. Larissa is a great addition to our staff, and she's allows me to step back and focus on other things, as she does an excellent job, much better than an engineer could. So I appreciate, which I am, I should admit, for those that, as much then as it's nice to have that skill set, and she's an excellent addition to our team to communicate to our customers and keep them informed. And hopefully we find a kind and lighthearted manner in a time when it can be stressful for a lot of people.
Well, like I say, I just wanted to take that opportunity to thank you so much. I was like a race of who can get out there. Outages for hydro or water main breaks. It's going to be a competition who can get the communications out. Going back to the tiered rates and the time of use rates, I know when that got brought in, I was very interested in it. I called your customer service. They were absolutely phenomenal in assisting what would be benefit for me. I really liked that you had the online calculator. They helped me with going through that. You're mentioning about this new rate that's going to be coming available. So I would assume that it's going to also have an online calculator that individual people can use that to see if it benefits them or not. I like the fact that when I was walking through the calculator, I saw which one gave me some savings, and we all know we want savings. Do you know off the top of your head, what is the percentage ratios of residential users that are using tiered versus the time of use?
I don't know the percentage of it. It's very few. So like in a grand scheme of things. So if I don't know the numbers, we can get it to you. We'd send it around to council. But last time we were looking was, actually, we'll send it around, but it was like under 1,000 of, we have 13,000 customers, and it was under 1,000 of our customers were flipping over to tiered. And there are some that are out there, especially our residential customers. If you're fairly low volume residential customers, if you're home a lot during the day and you're a residential customer, you definitely get onto our calculator. As you mentioned, do think we have many more customers out there that could save a few dollars every month on their electricity bills if they would switch to tiered. It is an option, it's a choice. We don't have the ability to force people to switch, but it's not as many as we think could benefit from it.
So if I could, just your worship, just one quick thing. I know when it first came out and you were really promoting it, it was on our bill and stuff like that. How often are you kind of refreshing people to have a look at that and maybe think about looking at their individual accounts?
It's mainly through our social media feed. So of course it's on our website all day, every day. And then our social media feeds through Twitter and Facebook. We do promote it now and again. That's sort of, you have the choice and trying to get the right messaging out. As you mentioned, though, right when it did flip to tiered, it was in the newspapers, it was on the news, the politicians were speaking about it. And so there's a lot more marketing outside of our own channels.
Thank you. Was there any additional questions from anybody? No. Seeing none, there's a recommendation in the agenda that the Orangeville Hydro 2022 annual report be received and that council approve the proposed resolution listed in the Orangeville Hydro Limited agenda for the annual shareholders meeting scheduled for June 15th, 2023, and that council appoint Lisa Post as proxy and Andy McIntosh as proxy in the absence of Lisa Post to attend and to vote for the corporation of the town of Orangeville at the annual shareholders meeting to be held on June 15th, 2023, and at any adjournments thereof, revoking any proxy previously given, and that council direct such proxy to vote in favor of the proposed resolutions listed in the Orangeville Hydro Limited agenda for the annual shareholders meeting scheduled for June 15th, 2023, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the proxy resolution for the annual shareholders meeting of Orangeville Hydro Limited. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Andrews and Councillor Sherwood. Questions or comments? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Rob and Amy and Bob, for being here today.
Thank you for the time.
And we will move into staff reports. Item 12.1 is the Government Relations Advocacy Plan. The recommendation in the report is that report CAO-2023-008 Government Relations Advocacy Plan be received and that council adopt the advocacy plan priorities 2023-2024 and the work plan as presented, and that council direct staff to report back annually on the advancement of advocacy priorities. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor McIntosh and Councillor Andrews. Questions or comments? Maybe I'll turn it over to Ms. Innes first to give a little spiel on this.
Thank you, Mayor Post. So this is one of the tasks that you assigned to me in my interim role. I'm guessing because of my experience with government relations in the past. What you have before you is not only the work plan, but some of the priorities that I gathered from different members of council. And what I've noticed this year that we should take note for AMO is that they've done it a little bit differently, and they've limited the number of ministries you can request to delegate with an unlimited amount of issues within those ministries. We can only choose 3 ministers to delegate. So while I'm suggesting that we approve or have discussion and hopefully approve all of the priorities that are before you, because that's input that I've gathered from all of you, we do need to focus on 3 ministries to make our official request for this AMO, but that doesn't mean that we can't continue to advocate on behalf of those other priorities within the plan. So with that, I would sort of ask you to, when you have some of your discussions, to give me some direction, because that request does have to go in this week.
Thank you very much, Ms. Innes. I will turn it over to Councillor Andrews first.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And Ms. Innes, thank you so much for putting together this report. It really does summarize, I think, not only our individual but collective thoughts as we prepare for AMO. If I'm talking about some of the low-hanging fruit here and some of the most important issues, Pullen Well, that's an absolute given, as has been discussed with some of the staff reports we've had. One that comes close to heart to me, because again, I provided you with a lot of data in a report that I provided to the mayor and deputy mayor, is Rolling Hills. That particular intersection, Highway 9. At Rolling Hills and Oak Ridges is an absolute priority, and I do like the way you have framed it. I think has provided, kind of a response to what I know the mayor and others on council have identified as a community safety zone. I really like the way that is positioned, and I think the opportunity there to speak with representation from the Ministry of Transportation is an absolute. And some of the others, I know that some of the other members of council have their thoughts, but those are the 2 that come to mind.
Thank you. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship, to Ms. Innes, thank you very much for this phenomenally detailed plan. I too, as Councillor Andrews mentioned, I think it's very critical that we focus on the infrastructure for the Pullen Well. I think that is very, very important for our water supply. And I don't know if we can hit it at the same time or not, but the new water storage is also critical. I don't know if that's considered 2 or 1. But those 2 I consider high priority. Then I'm going to go as well with the safety for the road at 9 and Rolling Hills. That is critical. Not to exclude all the other ones, but if we have to pick 3, I would say that those were my top 3. But if we have one more,
we will have one more, because those 2 water ones can be they're under the same ministry.
They can.
So those 2 pieces will go to the one ministry.
Then I would go back to the mental health.
Yeah, perfect. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Stevens?
My thoughts are the same as my previous councils.
Any additional comments from anyone? My comments would be the same. I've already started kind of preliminary discussions with the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions through the small urban GTHA mayors caucus that we have. So I think that we can continue a really good conversation about mental health and addictions needs within our community through an advocacy plan. As mentioned, the two components about water, both the Pullen Well and the water storage facility, can be dealt with the same ministry, and the road safety as well would be the third that I would choose as well. Additionally, for Deputy Mayor, I've spoken to staff at the County of Dufferin regarding the item about the Ontario Building Code electric vehicle charging requirements, and they're willing to work with us potentially to do advocacy on that. So we might be able to still continue to move that forward, but do it through the county, through the chief building official, through the county. So I will be absent at this week's county council meeting due to my son's wedding. But Deputy Mayor, perhaps you can take the lead on having that conversation with the rest of council to see if we can add that as part of it. Additionally, the emergency services component, I think we can leave it on the list, and maybe there will be additional opportunities for us to work with SolGen on that. So the idea here is that we can approve the priorities as a whole, that the council unanimously is agreeing or is as a council is agreeing on the priorities, and then the advocacy pieces that we've spoken about, the top three, will go and be submitted as AMO delegations. So we have a mover and a seconder. Was there any other questions or comments, Deputy Mayor?
Just quickly, Mayor Post, I'd just like to call out Councillor Andrews, and he's the one who has pushed this item as far as he could and has done all the research and the follow-ups. And honestly, I'm just super impressed and thankful for his hard work. So I just wanted to publicly acknowledge his work.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Ms. Innes?
Do you want to say thank you, because you did give quite detailed information?
Absolutely.
Not to put anybody else to shame, but it was a fully detailed memo that was wonderful. So thank you. The only other thing that I do want to note is the work plan that's attached to it. It's an ongoing living work plan, and in order to be successful for advocacy, it really does require some diligence throughout the year. And the onus right now in the report does fall on the mayor and CAO's office to do that. But for things like AMO, you are going to require the assistance of communications, especially because you will want to leave behind briefing packages. You're also going to want to be able to follow up with the different ministries and the staff. And so at some point during budget, you may want to consider thinking about making sure that that's part of the work plan of communications, and that there's contingency to support that, because in order to be successful, you're going to have to continue and build upon it. And when you only have one staff person that works for both the mayor and the CAO, it will become very difficult for them to monitor all of that information that's ongoing and to follow up on behalf of the mayor and members of council when they've put that foot in that door and they've made those opportunities and that networking opportunity. Mayor Post was able to have conversations with Minister Tibollo, and that's why we should continue to have those conversations about the mobile mental health unit. And so to continue to make sure that those conversations occur, it will take resources and time and dedication as a priority.
Thank you for that. Any additional questions or comments? Then I will call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Item 12.2 is the community grants update. The recommendation is that report CPS 2023-39 community grants update be received, and that council approve distribution of 2023 community grant budgeted funds to the Orangeville Curling Club for $4,500 from one-time grants, and that council approve distribution of 2023 community grant budgeted funds to the Royal Canadian Legion, Colonel Fitzgerald Branch 233 for $1,600 from one-time grants, and that council approved distribution of 2023 community grant budgeted funds to the Orangeville and District Horticultural Society of $2,000 from multi-year grants. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Stevens, seconded by
Mayor
Councillor
Post, I just
Andrews.
want to make sure you know that I have a conflict on this.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much, Todd. If you can
Okay,
shut
you.
off your camera, step away. Thank you. Yes. Okay, Councillor Andrews. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Stevens.
Is there a way we can break them up?
You can do that when you make the motion, yes.
Okay. I would like to do so.
Sure. So you are a mover of which one then? So I would recommend then that we break it up as the recommendation that report CPS 2023-39 community grants update be received. We can do that as one motion. So maybe that'll be the first motion, which was moved by Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor Andrews. So we'll call the vote on that one. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. The next component is that council approved distribution of 2023 community grant budgeted funds to the Orangeville Curling Club for $4,500 from one-time grants. Can I have a motion for that one, please? Councillor Andrews and Councillor Prendergast. Questions or comments on that item? Councillor Stevens.
Unfortunately, I just won't be able to support this one. I feel it's a sport event. I think people should pay for their own sporting events. If we start opening the door for that, we're going to have a lot of organizations coming to the door. So I just can't support it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stevens. Any additional questions or comments? No, so I will call the vote on that one. All in favor? And all opposed? Councillor Stevens is opposed. Thank you. The next one is that council approved distribution of 2023 community grant budgeted funds to the Royal Canadian Legion, Colonel Fitzgerald, Branch 233 for $1,600 from one-time grants. Welcome back, Deputy Mayor. Sorry, I had to pause there. I saw you flicker back on the screen. Can I have a motion for that one, please? Councillor McIntosh and Councillor Stevens. Questions or comments on this item? Yeah, we'll call the vote. All in favor? And that one's carried unanimously. And finally, that council approved distribution of 2023 community grant budgeted funds to the Orangeville and District Horticultural Society of $2,000 for multi-year grants. Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Stevens. Questions or comments on that item? All in favor? And that one is also carried unanimously. We'll move on to item 12.3, which is the 2023 first quarter operating fund variance. The recommendation is that report CPS 2023-38, the 2023 first quarter operating fund variance be received. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor McIntosh and Councillor Sherwood, any questions or comments on this item? Deputy Mayor?
Just very quickly, I appreciate the report. I think we should continue with this practice. I think there's value in it. It's just difficult when it's the first quarter or you don't see the trends and there's too many variables moving back and forth. And certainly I think that the halftime report and the third quarter report will be certainly more interesting than this one. But I do value the exercise and appreciate the fact that the report was put together.
Absolutely. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any additional questions or comments? Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship, through you to staff, if you could maybe provide an explanation in the attachment, the operating fund variance by division. I noticed under the committees, there's allocated budgets amounts that I wasn't really aware that we had budgeted amounts for our newly, oh, my screen just disappeared, newly created, say the homelessness, for example. Is that amount that's in the budget for projects for the actual organization or for the actual committee, or is that staffing costs?
I believe that was the staffing cost that was allocated to each of those committees. Ms. Khan, is that correct? Yeah.
So there's no
budget for special projects. It's just giving the accurate allocation of what staff time is to run each of those committees.
Great. I just want that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Was there any additional questions or comments on this report? Seeing none, I will call the vote then. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. 12.4 is the facility needs assessment study. The recommendation is that report CMS 2023-18 facility needs assessment study reallocation of capital funding be received, and that council authorize the transfer of funds from the general capital reserve to the facility needs assessment study in the amount of $60,000. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Sherwood. Any questions or comments? No, seeing none. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. 12.5 is the telecommunications review status. The recommendation is that report CMS 2023-20 telecommunications review status be received, and that council approve the change in scope 2023 capital project LMR and PSBN to focus solely on upgrading the LMR system and not to include the implementation of the PSBN. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Prendergast, seconded by Councillor Andrews. Questions or comments? Councillor Andrews.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I ended up reading this particular report with a lot of interest. And I'm wondering if we might be able to just get a simple explanation for the layperson that may be watching this, because again, there's a lot of complexity when it comes to systems that are potentially being looked at or considered. And even for some of the members of council who, may require a little bit of, an understanding. So I'm wondering if I might be able to get some clarification on that in maybe a 30-second or 60-second summary.
I'll turn over to Ms. Rohr.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Madam Mayor. I think the 30-second is the difference between the two networks, the public sector broadband network and the LMR. The land mobile radio is the traditional voice and data radio network that our fire department would use and other fire departments would use, and police departments as well. The PSBN is a unique creation that has really been driven by Halton Regional Police. It was their creation. It is, I would say, very advanced in terms of technology, but it isn't something that we need. It's definitely something that they need, that they've created for themselves. And I know that the Peel Police are looking at it as well, but the land mobile radio would be sufficient for our needs and meet our requirements, both from a voice and a data perspective in the field. And our current radio system, not to throw a jargon out, but our current radio system is what's called a P25 standard. We would implement a new land mobile radio system with P25. Why that's important, it gives you interoperability with other agencies.
Was there additional questions? Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship. I'm trying to understand the financial impact here under the capital budget. So my understanding is, if I do the math, we have a $1,950,000 for this project. So if I look at that, we approved a capital project for $650,000 in, I don't see what year, but anyhow, okay. But then also in 22, we approved 900,000. So, and then the fire has 400,000. So do we have 1,950,000 for this project?
Who wants to take the money question? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Savage.
Through you, Mayor Post, to Councillor Sherwood. So that is correct. In 2022, there was a capital project approved for the LMR upgrades in the amount of 650,000. Also, over time, we have approved, Town Council has approved money for upgrades to vehicle radios and handheld radios in the amount of 400,000. And the 900,000, I think, is an accumulative total, but I believe I've been speaking with Mandeep today. Ms. Judge, I'll pass it to Ms. Judge, but I do believe we need a bit more time with that figure.
Yes, thank you, because I did speak to the acting fire chief today to try and get clarification of that. Just so I'm just trying to get my head around the figures. We got enough money to push this project without having to come back for more money.
Mandeep, I'll turn it over to you.
Hi, yes, to you, Mayor Post, to Councillor Sherwood. So that is correct, as Ms. Savage just mentioned. So we do have 650,000 as well as 400,000. So the total would be 1,050,000. If it would be okay, I just needed some time, and I will take a look into the 900,000, and I can bring that back to council if that would be okay.
Thank you. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make a comment for the general public because, again, whenever dollars and cents are being, talked about in this magnitude, we're not talking about just having a can, a string, and another can. We're talking about communication systems that are seamless, that are not going to break down and enable not only our fire services, but our other services to actually communicate to each other in a time of need, a time of emergency, and when they're trying to complete projects. So it's an absolute priority that these types of systems are put into place, because I know there's criticism at times from our members of our community. I know this is an evolving piece that obviously is going to be looked at further, but I think that that type of money is a lot to consider, but these types of equipment do cost a lot to make sure that they are in fact not problematic and are not going to break down and are going to be used properly.
Councillor Stevens and Councillor McIntosh.
Through your worship, I'm just wondering, can Public Works piggyback on this system as well?
Chris, I'll turn it over to you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor, I should have included in my 30 seconds, 5 more seconds. We will absolutely design it for Public Works, for parks, and any other group in the organization that needs it. Our desire is to make sure that it meets the fire needs, because they are kind of the most stringent, but it will be used for all the other agency or all the other divisions and departments as well.
Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Worship. A little different idea this time. I'm just wondering, can it not be included in the construction of the new fire hall, like as a whole capital project? Because you're going to have to do a lot of work in the new fire hall to set this radio system up. So would it not be advantageous to include it in the total budget for the new fire hall? Just throwing that out there.
Mr. Moore?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So what I would say is we will absolutely integrate that, and there's components of the technology that will be in the fire hall, and I can't speak to kind of the appropriate place to put the budget, but we will not miss the opportunity to coordinate that for sure.
Councillor Sherwood?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Do you have any idea as to the timeline that we're looking at getting this implemented? My understanding is that the current radio system is quite aging. It's getting difficult to find parts. They're always doing quick fixes. And I think, having sat on council the last term, radios seem to come up in the budget every year. And I'm just wondering, how quick can we get this to move along? I see you're wanting in the next steps to get a telecommunications consultant. But again, because you've got these aging devices that don't seem to be moving along quickly, how soon can we get this implemented?
Ms. Savage, I see reaching for her mic there.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mayor Post. To you, Councillor Sherwood. I'm not sure of timelines, but I do know that there is a plan B in motion. We do need interoperability among all of our, between the fire radios in order to communicate with our surrounding communities. So we've recently received a quote from a company just last week. We do have enough budget to move forward with a plan B. So outside of the LMR, there is other pieces we are working on within the fire department to be able to enhance our communication system, and starting with the increasing the or upgrading the radios and the vehicle radios. So I don't have a timeline, but as it states in the report, we are working on a plan B.
Ms. Innes, I'll turn it over to you.
I guess basically what I'm saying is you can appreciate my urgency, how I feel.
So I think just to elaborate on what Ms. Savage was saying, when the town, along with the county, had originally begun conversations about the public service broadband network, the district chiefs got together and created a plan B because they were concerned about timelines. Because they knew that doing something as extensive as a public service broadband network would take quite a long time, especially throughout our county. So they had started rolling out the LMR, is what they were looking to do. So they went ahead and got a quote on their behalf, not from the towns, because we would go through our procurement process, to figure out what it would cost the county to implement the LMR requirements and update what was needed to make sure that they were meeting the requirements for the radio. So that's been underway. I think we also need to note that the money that we're thinking is there, which is close to $1 million, may not be enough to even cover the LMR. We won't know until we do the RFP and bring back the consultant. But I think that it is a priority of staff to move as fast as possible to make sure that our fire department has the services that they require to serve the residents of the town of Orangeville.
I'd like to ask a question too to whoever wants to answer it. But when it comes to other municipalities, who is using the PSBN network versus who is using the LMR? So our neighboring municipalities, as an example, with the LMR system, are we going to be able to communicate better with them than if we went ahead with the PSBN? And additionally, my second point is, what's the cost difference between the two types?
So I'll take the first question. In the neighbors to the south, it is only Peel Police and Halton Police who use the public service broadband network. The Caledon OPP.
Not their fire?
No.
Okay, thank
you. The Caledon OPP use the P25 and the Caledon Fire, the Brampton Fire, and the Mississauga Fire use the LMR, the P25. I think Brampton is trying a pilot of the public service broadband network. And York, and in particular Vaughan, I've checked with their fire department. They use the P25, the LMR. So does Simcoe County and the city of Barrie.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And who wants to take the cost one between the two systems? Ms. Savage? You drew the short straw on this one.
I'm first in line. Thank you, Mayor Post. So there's rough estimates, numbers been thrown around for the PSBN, $4 million. From what we've seen, from what we've gathered, the previous information and what the report says is that there were grants available. However, they're no longer available or were ineligible because in order for us to tap into any grant funding for a PSBN, you would have to make that network public. And we wouldn't want our emergency services on a public network. So until we hire the consultant to figure out, to design the communication system and then put a cost to it, we don't know how to compare it to a PSBN cost. But as Ms. Innes said, it's not common that people are tapping into the PSBN network. They're looking more to the LMR. And again, I mentioned the Plan B to Councillor Sherwood. We are continuing to work with the consultant to develop that Plan B as well. And if there is associated costs that are not in the budget, we will return to council to let you know, to request those funds.
Thank you. That's great. Was there any additional questions from members of council? Deputy Mayor, you good? Everybody's good? Okay, then I will call the vote on the motion that's on the floor, which is the one in the agenda. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 12.6 is 62A to 68 First Street. The recommendation is that report INS 2023-42, 62A to 68 First Street, part lot control exemption PLC 2022-03 be received, and that the part lot control exemption application file number PLC-2022-03 be approved, and that council pass a bylaw included as attachment number 3 to this report to exempt the subject lands from part lot control provisions of the Planning Act in order to allow the creation of 40 condominium townhouse lots. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor McIntosh. Do we have questions or comments? Councillor Andrews.
Thank you. And I'm assuming that, thank you, Madam Mayor. Assuming this goes to Mr. Ward. Just for clarification, and not only for myself, because I've driven by this location so many times in the last week or so, not only because of the Orangeville Blues Jazz Festival and not to avoid downtown, but because of just some of their personal things. Is this particular project already underway, if I'm not mistaken? It is. So just for the sake of clarification and for the general public, maybe provide an explanation on why this is in front of council tonight.
Mr. Ward?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, the development is well underway, as council and many members of the community may have seen. Construction is making good progress. The lands have been subject to quite a history of land use approvals going back to 2020 and forward. The subject matter in front of you is a part lot control exemption, and what that is a land division tool, and it really is intended for a development such as this, where you have a planning process that proceeds and establishes land use permissions, and a site design exercise then follows to permit the development to proceed. In order to create the individual units within, you have to survey them and approve for that land division. And what happens is with a development such as this, traditionally, it gets built, the foundations are poured, and then the actual physical boundaries that are then surveyed based on the footprints of the units. For that to happen and to approve of those units, there has to be a bylaw passed by council which exempts the lands from the part lot control provisions of the Planning Act. And that's the provisions that really regulates land division in Ontario. Otherwise, it's the subdivision process, which follows a more traditional planning process, which in this case would be redundant because it's already gone through that. So the alternative is the part lot control. Because it's a bylaw being passed, it has to go to council for passage.
Great explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Ward. Yeah, it seems similar to what Councillor Andrews saying. It seems that we've had this come to us multiple times, but we know there's all kinds of steps that you need to go on. One of the things, it's unrelated to your request in the report here, but it is related to the actual development itself. And my question is, when I looked at the reference plan, and you can see the layout for those that are following along in the agenda, it's attachment 2. So in the reference plan, I can see all of the properties, but I'm going back to my original concern. Is the parkette still part of this plan? Because I'm looking for it, and I'm really hoping there's a tot parkette for those children in that neighborhood.
Mr. Ward.
Sure, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Sherwood, we recall that matter being raised throughout the land use approval history and the desire to have a tot lot. In terms of whether or not that made it into the site plan, I'm not sure it did. And the reason because of that is there is a easement going through those lands, and really the area between the two townhouse blocks most central that was originally positioned for a play structure in there. There's actually a utility easement for servicing infrastructure running underneath that. So if a little parkette feature was to be put in there, it'd be over top of infrastructure. And if we need to get in and maintain that infrastructure through our easement rights over those lands, we'd be responsible for reinstating that park feature. So it's not quite the lavish, like a child-specific park feature, but they may be permitted to put some benches and seating areas in there. And from a planning perspective, we wouldn't want much more than that because, again, the responsibility to reinstate if maintenance arose.
Thank you. Additional questions? I know, disappointing.
It's just disappointing because I thought for sure that when this original plan was submitted, there was an X number of units and that they were going to eliminate one unit in order to accommodate that. Or maybe I've got this mixed up with a different development. But again, I'm just going to express my disappointment because in that area, there isn't a close by park that I believe, Ms. Savage, maybe you can clarify, but there isn't a close by. And, when I look at the developments that's to the south of that, I saw those children playing on the roadway in there. And that's very sad. So I'm just going to express disappointment if that's the case. But anyhow, thank you.
Thank you. And I think the closest park there would be Rotary, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, or over on Breeden Parkway, there is one. Any additional questions or comments on this item? Deputy Mayor, did you have your hand up? No, you're good. Okay. Excellent. All in favor then. And that is carried unanimously. We'll move into correspondence. The recommendation is that the following correspondence be received. 13.1 from Wayne Sumbler regarding 15 Andrew Avenue, petition for parking restrictions. 13.2, County of Dufferin, support for Bill 74. 13.3 is the Town of Mono Highway 10 Road Safety and Traffic Study. 13.4 is the Township of Amaranth Shared and Combined Services. 13.5 is the Township of Amaranth support of Bill 74. 13.6, the Township of East Garifraxa notice of public meeting. 13.7, the Township of East Garifraxa Shared and Combined Services. 13.8, Township of Melanchthon, Fire Prevention and Protection Services in Dufferin County. 13.9, Township of Melanchthon Shared and Combined Services. And 13.10 is the Township of Melanchthon support of Bill 74. Can I have a motion to receive all of those items? Councillor Prendergast, seconded by Councillor Sherwood. Questions or comments on any items? Councillor Sherwood, then Councillor McIntosh.
Yes, Your Worship. I would like to go back to 13.1 where there's a petition received from residents in Andrew Avenue. And I was wondering if we could actually forward this on to staff so that if Mr. Koselak and your team can take note of this, because I believe you are going to be following up with some recommendations in the future, Mr. Koselak.
Mr. Koselak, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, through your worship, there's probably 6 or 7 spots we're looking at, and staff will look at this area also and follow up with the residents. We're looking at bringing a report back to council in late summer or early fall, just with any other revisions to the parking bylaw. So we'll bring that forward and we'll look at the other areas, including this spot, and bring it forward.
Thank you, Mr. Koselak. Councillor McIntosh and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is in regards to 13.4 Township of Amaranth. I'd like to propose a draft motion. Be it resolved that the Council of the Town of Orangeville supports the Township of Amaranth resolution dated April 5th, 2023 with respect to shared and combined services, and that the Council of the Town of Orangeville further supports the Township of Melancton resolution dated May 23rd, 2023 with respect to fire prevention and protection services, and that this motion be forwarded to all Dufferin County municipalities as well as Dufferin County Council and all local tier fire department boards of management and advisory boards. And if I could just add an explanation, 35 years ago, I was at a meeting, I'm probably the only one left alive, that was discussing this. And the fire marshal's office at the time said, this is the way to go. There was a lot of resistance at the time. So here we are 35 years later. We'll try it again. So that's the motion I put forward. Thank you.
Okay, so seconded by Councillor Sherwood. We did already have a motion on the floor. Do we just need to amend the motion? Okay, perfect. Thank you. I would just like to also add, I would just want to thank the Mayor of Melancton and the Mayor of Amaranth, both for their leadership in these two motions. We have talked a little bit about this at Dufferin County Council, and there seems to be desire around the table at Dufferin County to look into ways that we can better serve our residents from a financial perspective and from a service perspective. Some of this stuff may not save us money, but it might offer a better solution to our residents, whereas some of it will actually potentially save us money. And before, there hadn't been a lot of political will to have some of these discussions at the county level. There was perhaps some ownership issues that everybody wanted to hang on to their own little piece and try and do it themselves. But there seems to be a real desire around the table right now to try and find better ways to offer services. So thank you for bringing that motion forward, and thank you to the mayors of our respective neighbors who have also taken leadership in that. Councillor Sherwood, go ahead.
So, Madam Mayor, I'm in full support of this. I think it's a conversation that's long overdue. But what are the next steps? We're writing motions and we're supporting other municipalities' motions. But what are the next steps? Is it going to go back to county council? Are they going to hire a consultant to look at this? How do we just not leave it as a piece of paper and a motion and not know that we're going to proceed forward with what we actually are hoping to accomplish?
Good question. And at the county level, we have started, like I said, to have some of these conversations. So the CAO, Sonia Pritchard, is well aware that these conversations are happening. She spoke to the Mayor of Melancton before his motion came forward. Myself and Councillor McIntosh had met with our fire chief to talk about whether this was feasible to even start those conversations again. There's been discussions along the fire boards, so they know that that's coming as well. So the next piece will be for the county to determine the best way for them to do this from a third-party perspective, where they're not going to have where the fire services in each municipality can be stakeholders, and them as they don't have any foot in the game right now, which is great. They can look at it from 100,000 feet and try and determine what's going to be best. So whether they determine that that's going to be with the use of a consultant, which it most likely will be, they'll move forward with that process. But the more municipalities we have on board with this, the more weight it'll carry at county council. I think Deputy Mayor has something as well, but Councillor McIntosh as well. Deputy Mayor, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. I just wanted to go back to the commentary that Councillor Sherwood had on the parking restrictions on Andrew Avenue. And first of all, Councillor Sherwood, I applaud you in the way that you brought that forward. It was pretty easy, made a lot of sense. And my point is, I would like to share with whomever wrote this and to the street, this council has always been very approachable. I take exception to the way the petition is written. I think it's a really odd thing to do. You're threatening and suggesting that you'll go to media or to mom and dad and make a big stink. We recognize that parking one side of the street was going to have issues. We knew when we put it in there was going to be problems. You can't put something in on such a large based way and make sure you have all of your I's dotted and T's crossed at hello. So what council and under the leadership of Mr. Koslak has been doing has been reviewing these things and making solid decisions as they've gone along. So I don't know. I just find it disappointing. I think that this council has been probably one of the most approachable councils we have, and Councillor Sherwood did a great job, and that was done in 10 seconds. So feel free to contact anyone on council, and feel free to come to council. You're welcome to do it. But I don't know, writing notes like that to community people, I'm not sure it's very effective. You're going to get your way anyway because it's going to be reviewed, but certainly is a better way to approach it. End of my admonishment for this evening.
Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Worship. That's why I didn't comment on that letter. Going back to 13.4, I think the reason that the townships are looking at this more closely now, there's so much more obligation on their part, especially in regards to fire prevention and education. There wasn't the type of, I don't want to say heavy-handed, but the type of rules that are out now. It's really changed over the last 30, 20 years. So I think the townships and the towns are finding it a little more difficult to keep up with their obligations. So that's the reason that this possibly could work. Thank you.
Councillor Sherwood.
And Your Worship, just one more quick question. So you mentioned that this will go back to the county. Do they need the majority of councils to do this? Because right now it looks like we've got 3. Do they need majority to go forward, or?
I believe this will come forward as a weighted vote scenario at council, so it doesn't need to be the majority because we do work on a weighted vote process. It looks already like potentially we've got enough support to move it ahead with just the 3 municipalities, but I'm hopeful that we're going to see the same type of resolution coming out of more councils as we go forward. Any additional questions or comments? No? Then I will call the vote on the motion on the floor. Oh, on your motion first, Councillor McIntosh. Thank you. On Councillor McIntosh's motion, which is to endorse the correspondence from Amaranth and from Melanchthon regarding shared services and fire prevention and protection services. So all in favor of that one? And that is carried unanimously. And then the secondary motion is to receive all the correspondence. So all in favor there, also carried unanimously.
Your Worship.
Yes, Councillor Sherwood.
Can I just get clarification from the clerk? When I mentioned about 3.1 and directing it to staff, did I need to put that through a motion? Just to make sure that we.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Sherwood, I recorded that as just direction provided to staff, so it's not part of a formal motion.
Thank you, Juan. Make sure we were following procedure.
Yeah, we're good. Next is committee and board minutes. So the recommendation is that the minutes of the following meetings be received. Item 14.1 is the Police Service Board meetings from March 21st, the Public Library Board meeting minutes from March 22nd, Committee of Adjustment minutes from April 5th, Sustainable Orangeville meeting minutes from April 18th, Homelessness Task Force Committee minutes from April 19th, Access Orangeville meeting minutes from April 20th, and the Economic Development and Culture Committee meeting minutes from the 25th of April, and the Public Library minutes from April 26th. We had a lot of meetings in a row. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor Prendergast. Comments or questions on any of the minutes? Deputy Mayor?
Just really quickly, Mayor Post, I thought, I guess I want to point out and give kudos to the library board. So recently the library board actually came to the Police Services Board about an issue that they had in the town, and it was security within the library, and they wanted to engage with the police and the Police Services Board and have a discussion about that. The thing that is so great about that is all these committees board did a fantastic job, and all of our committees should be working together on a more regular basis. And just super impressed with that. Wanted to give public acknowledgement to that team.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think we caught we lost you for a minute there, but I think we caught the overall sentiment of your thoughts. Was there any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. There were no notices of motion prior to the meeting. Is there any notices of motion here tonight? Seeing none, we will move into new business, items of new business. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tomorrow morning, we have the Accessibility Championship Awards. So if anybody would like to come out, 10:30, just out front here, you're more than welcome. Mayor Post and I will be presenting some awards.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Andrews.
That's great news. Your Worship, I just wanted to take I've got two things. I wanted to thank those responsible for the Orangeville Blues and Jazz Festival for an absolutely incredible weekend for those from our community, those of us on council who had the opportunity of attending either Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, or all 3 days. Just remarkable to see the number of people from our community that came out, but also a number of people from outside of our community supporting not only the blues jazz scene, but also our local businesses too. I think everybody had a great time, and Mother Nature also played a lot to do with that too. The other is an item that actually was put on display at our Orangeville Public Library downtown at Mill Street, and I want to thank the communications group that was responsible for putting up some new posters with a QR code, which is identifying what's going on with the renovation at the library. And it does give you a kind of a visual representation. And I know that there are opportunities for people to go on to the website and find a little bit more, but it's just an opportunity. If you happen to be walking by, flash your phone, your smartphone will take you to the website and will take you directly to that information. So that was just put up surprisingly just before the weekend. So kudos to the staff with the Orangeville Public Library on that.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much. Was there any additional items of new business from any members of council? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Again, on behalf of yourself, you did a fantastic job at our first open house last month, and the staff did a wonderful job. And and for any of the community that were there, was well received.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. I am very grateful for all of town staff who came together to really bring that event to life, and all the feedback that I've received from the community has been exceptionally positive. So I hope that the rest of the community will keep watching for when the next town hall event is going to be. We're aiming for September, and we're aiming for it to be very focused on senior services, as well as a general Q&A, but I think a lot of our staff will be talking about senior services that are available within the town. Any additional items of new business? Okay, seeing none, I will turn into public question period. If there's any member of the public connecting via telephone, we'll start with that. Mr. Gill, is there anybody online? No. Okay, anybody in the chambers who wishes to ask a question can please approach, turn on the mic, give your name and address, please, and ask your question.
Got it, yes. I'll stand up anyway. Good evening, Mayor Post, member of the council, member of staff, and members of the public here and at home. Good evening. The question I have today, I think—
Mr. Christo, if you could just give your name and address before you get started.
Okay, the name and the address, okay. It's my name is Nick Gristo. I live on 20 Paula Court, L9W5V1.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Well, the question I have tonight, I think I raised that one at the public meeting that you had, Your Worship, and it's related to the BIA. It's my understanding that you guys going to repave the street. So my point here, after discussing that at the meeting and ask a lot of people, they agree with me. This is the time that you should get rid of the mess on Broadway that was put there by Mayor Drew Brown. I was the deputy mayor those days, and I did not agree with him. I told him the many municipality they were jealous that we had a nice wide street. Why we turn it into bottleneck? That not even the fire department, if we get a fire there, they can park the truck. It happened before. So this is the time, Mayor Post and member of the council, that you guys should get in there and remove it. You can have the wheel there, put it in the park here. You can have the clock, maybe either on top of the town hall or maybe in the south of town hall. And you can have Orange Lawrence right here in the town hall.
I will turn
And
to
widen.
Councillor McIntosh, who has a comment.
Just a minute, I'm not finished yet. Then he can have his turn. And that what I would suggest that you allow the widening over the sidewalk so the business can entertain more their business with patios or what have you. And that go back to the angle parking the way it used to be many years ago, because we need parking within downtown. Now,
Councillor
Mr.
McIntosh, go
McIntosh.
ahead.
Thank you, Worship. If I could ask Mr. Koshalak, approximately, what would the cost be to remove that?
Mr. Koslak?
Through your worship, it would be a significant cost. I guess right now we're looking at just resurfacing the road. So we'll be grinding off about 2 inches of asphalt and repaving it. We're not doing a full reconstruction. If you were to take out the center median, it would probably be order of magnitude, probably $300,000 to $500,000. When you remove everything out, you'd have to take all the base out probably and build a base, and then you'd want to reconstruct the whole road, or else you'd have probably differential movement. So I'd wait to do that when you do the full reconstruction, because right now we are just looking at doing a shave and pave, it's called. So consideration of that time.
Thank you, Mr. Koslak.
Thank you. So we'd probably be looking at a 1 or 2%, maybe even 3% tax increase to do that.
Through your worship, it'd be approximately that figure. And the timing wouldn't be quite right, because we can extend the life of the asset by doing road resurfacing. It may be in 10, 15 years. If you do a reconstruction, then you could consider it, but.
Thank you.
I think my additional comment to that would be a change of that magnitude we would never do without public consultation and without consultation with the BIA, of which we haven't done that. And at this point, the scope of the project is simply to resurface the road. And as Mr. Koslek suggested, it's just a simple resurface. It's not a full reconstruction of the road. So we'll take your comments. Thank you for sharing them. And town staff can consider that in a future project, but it won't be dealt with at this time of this project.
Well, let me point it out. You say that you want to have a consultation with the BIA. I did have a consultation with them, and they seem to be on board with it.
It's not just the BIA though, Mr. Cristo. It's public consultation. We haven't.
I understand that, but I can tell you with the public that I spoke to, everyone they said remove it, and this would be the time to do it because you're going to redo the road. So what are we waiting for?
Because
really?
We aren't doing a full reconstruction of the road, Mr. Cristo, as has already been.
I understand, doing the full reconstruction. But this will be the time to remove the mess there and repave it.
Okay.
So believe me. Okay.
Mr.
And
Curry,
then
go ahead.
another
Mr.
thing
Cristo,
I have.
Please hold a second. Mr. Curry is on the line and he will speak to the project.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Curry. Thank you, Councillor Sherwood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Garisto. This, like Mr. Kozlak said, this is just a small shave and pave. We understand that the water main that's up Broadway will need to be replaced in about 15 years. So that's going to be a full major reconstruction of Broadway. And at that time, we can address this. Plus, the paving operation is only going to take 5 or 6 days. What you're asking for, Mr. Garisto, would take months. And that would take years of planning. So at this point, we are directed by council to just do the quick pave job of downtown and extend the life of that asset by about 10 to 12 years.
Councillor Sherwood, go ahead.
And yes, just another thing, you mentioned that you talked to the BIA. I beg to differ with you that they're supportive of it. Just think about it. Our businesses have just gone through COVID and where they had to struggle to keep their doors open. Do you really think that if they take on a project like this where the Broadway's closed down for months, that our businesses would be able to survive? No. Our businesses on Broadway, downtown Broadway, would not support that. Mr. Curry just mentioned the resurfacing is going to be a minimal disruption to the businesses, but a project such as that would be months and months, and that's not fair to the businesses. So I don't think they do support it.
So again, thank you very much, Mr. Gristo.
If I may, everybody else spoke. I think I have a right to respond.
You have a final comment, and then we'll move on to
Final
future
comment.
questions.
I disagree with this summation. They would take a long time to remove it. You got machinery today in there. In no time you can take the cement off in the middle. It is no problem there. Let me put it this way, and I know a little bit about construction. Now, the other point I got to make, instead of spending the money to replace all those water meters, which you, Madam Mayor, you seem to be in favor, and everybody else here that was on the previous council that supported, which would cost anywhere from $6 to $10 million. Go spend the money on Broadway, and I tell you, those businesses, they're gonna love you. Thank you.
Was there any other questions from the gallery? Okay, seeing none, we do need a motion to go back into closed session. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Andrews and Councillor Prendergast, all in favor? And that's carried unanimously. We're going to head into closed session. Okay, welcome back to our open session. We are just going to have a rise and report based on the last two closed item numbers 4.3, which is a confidential report with a proposed renaming of a town of Orangeville Park, which is personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and 4.5, which is personnel matters, public office holders, and it's personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. The rise and report recommendation is that those two items be received and staff proceed as directed. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Stevens and Councillor Andrews. Any questions or comments? I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. And finally, as we wrap up the day, we just have our bylaws. The recommendation is that the bylaws listed below be read 3 times and finally passed. 19.1 is the bylaw to exempt a portion of registered plan 275 from part lot control. RF-4 Corp parts of lots 3 and 4, Plan 275, 62A, 64, 66, and 68 First Street. And 19.2 is a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Orangeville at its closed and regular council meeting held today, June 5th, 2023. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor McIntosh, seconded by Councillor Sherwood. Questions or comments? I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. And a motion to adjourn. Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor Andrews. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful evening.